Very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we have sunlight and hopefully we have the prospects of a full day's play, but in the rainy season here in Trinidad and Tobago, so that could be up for debate, so to speak. But we're getting ready for a turnaround clash between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. I have here to my left the two captains of the teams, Natalia Phillip from the Windward Islands, and of course Jazara Claxton out of the Leeward Islands. The match referee is Mr. Creed. He has the coin.
Good morning. The Leeward Islands first mentioned team, captain will toss and Windward's will call. Heads, team. Heads. Heads it is. Heads of call.
Right. So the Windwards, they've won the toss. You having a ball?
Yeah.
Why, you like the look of the pitch?
Yeah, that and but because of the extra weather, we feel like we could capitalize on the field right now.
And how you like the tournament so far? I know the weather has been a little bit up and down, although you didn't win your last game, but at least you got to play, and that must be important as well.
Yeah, I'm liking the tournament so far, but feeling the team. I'm proud of how we played despite the loss, and this game I'm learning from the last game and winning this game.
All right, well, do well. Thanks so much. We got Jazara here. Jazara, you get into bat first. If you had won the toss, would you have done the same thing?
I would have a goal first also. Because as she said, we are sure about the weather and it looks like the pitches will get better for batting later, so we'll have a goal first.
I know you must be a bit disappointed. This is 2 rounds, still really get to play a full game as yet. It must be a little frustrating.
I'm used to this, but we are just grateful for this opportunity, seeing us around, and we are very happy to be able to go out there.
And play. And how you feel about your team?
I'm very confident. We are a good, very team. We've been working hard, and we're excited to go out there and showcase our skills.
All right, we'll go over it today. That is the situation here for the Windward Islands. They've won the toss against the Leeward Islands, and they've decided to bowl first. So that is the situation there as the Windward Islands are in the field, and the Leeward Islands after a slow start. Got a couple of runs from a full toss that was pulled away quite nicely by Boyles. And a wide to go along with that. That's another good delivery. That one was swinging nicely. Good movement in the air, and that would have been very close in the end. She was trying to go right across the line of that one, Kezig Boyles, and luckily for her, the umpire ruled in her favor. That ball is coming back a long way as well. And that will bring Sainavi Kambalapali Jada Terrell continues this first over, and that's a good shot. Quickly into position, and the first boundary of the day. What a way to get off the mark, Kambalapali. So the first over comes to a close, 8 without loss. So it's going to be Lianga Warner who's going to pick up the attack. Oh, I got a Selena Ross, I should say, left-handed. And again, once you stray down that leg side, the umpires are very strict with those. But we've seen quite a number of wides in the tournament so far. And again, it's partly inexperience, but it's also adjusting to conditions. It's also about working out the butterflies, and that's much better. And all she has to do is kind of bottle that in her mind and try to repeat that as often as possible. And she goes back deep in thoughts. Selena Ross. So Selena Ross doing a pretty decent job so far, keeping things tight apart from that wide down the leg side. She's been pretty much thereabouts. And again, but that's a good shot once more. Excellently played, and that too is going to run away for 4. That's nicely played again from Boyles, who looks the part, looks very aggressive. And it's a no ball, so it must have pitched off the pitch, and that's the issue here. So this is going to be a free hit now. So that's double jeopardy for the Windward Islands. Remember, they won the toss and opted to field first. And when that happens, you want to take early wickets, put pressure on the opponents, and can't do anything with it. A good delivery there, right up. Captain Natalia Phillip there, parading into that extra cover region. A little bit wide, but the umpire not interested. So the end of over number 2. And they're yet to lose a wicket. 13 without loss. Square leg umpire changing her headgear. You look at the conditions here, so much better. She's 15 now without loss. Just doing a little repair. Jada Terrell And again, because we've had a bit of rain about, the bowlers are all equipped with their rags to help with drying the ball. And here she goes again, another wide. But it is noticeable that both of these batters are very aggressive. They love to put bat to ball, and not only that, you just see the intent with their stroke play. They're not afraid to lift, to have very high back lifts, and they really give it a good whack. She'll try that again. This is a crucial period here for the Windwards. They want a wicket badly. And that's another magnificent shot from Kambalapali. And another boundary. That's her second of the morning. Taking the score up to 20 without loss now. Terrell in her second over, not for 13 at the moment. So they have a sweeper now on the boundary, on the cover boundary, and a fine leg. Those are the two out. And she is going across the line a little bit, but that's the tendency to want to put bat to ball, but she has to be careful. She don't want to go across the line too frequently, especially for deliveries lined on or about that off stump. And a bit of a misfield there. Ross not able to keep that one from going through. And Kambalapali is up to 13 now with that double there. Outscoring her partner at the other end, Boyles. And under normal circumstances, Boyles is the one who is the quicker scorer. That's another great shot. She finds the gap between the just forward of square and the one just behind square. 4 runs, all the same. That's a good looking shot there, taking advantage of a loose delivery. A dip in full toss, but she stayed on top of it, and that's good wrist work as well. Kept it down and placed it even better. So the score pushing along now, 26 without loss. This is over number 3. And again, and this time it's deflected, but they're able to get the single all the same, but it might come at a price. So now this brings Boyles back on strike. She is the one, like I said, who looks the more aggressive. But that ends over number 3. It's 27 now without loss. So this is a pretty decent start for the Leeward Islands after they were put into bat. Remember, they haven't had a result yet in the first 2 games, so they're anxious, not just for a result, but they're anxious just to get to play. That has been their problem down at the National Cricket Centre. They haven't been able to get out in the middle, so they were thrilled to see sunshine out here in Diego Martin for however long it lasts. And if it lasts whole day, they'll be even happier, or at least a vast majority of the day. Selena Ross, left-handed, loads of potential, but again, they just need to play more. And she does have a fair amount of speech, has a good quick action. And you know, a lot of people, when they look at bowling, they watch the arm action, and but few really recognize that in order for that arm to come through, the hip has to come through as well. And the quicker you can get the hip over, the faster you might be able to bring the arm over as well. And just as I say, so you could just see the frustration on the face. That wasn't what she intended to do, even though she probably wanted to put it outside the off stump. She just pushed it a little bit too much. But that's the thing with fast bowling, or even spin bowling. If you could get the hip over quickly, it means the arm is free to follow. Going hard at it outside the off stump, and that's more like it. That's the area I think she's aiming for. But you could just see Kambala Pali anxious to get outside the off stump. They do have a slip, and I just hope she's ready to catch, because if it hits that edge, it's going to fly to her. Because both of these batters are really swinging hard. And again, this time she sort of like caught in 2 minds. And I don't think the viewers would have been privy to seeing what transpired prior to the start of play here. But these 2 batters were being warmed up by their coach. And the exercise was not a bat, but they were catching the ball. It was being thrown to them. And I'll explain that for you in a bit. Here she goes again. Into the gap it goes. And good timing of the ball. Placed it well enough. And what I was referencing is that they were throwing the ball to them. Now, this is a drill we do every so often. But the thing is, you have to encourage them. And you saw some of the girls putting the leg like if they're making a forward defensive and bending over to catch the ball just above their bootlaces. But if the ball is thrown like outside their left leg, because they're both right-handers, they tended to plant the leg and then bring the hand across the leg to catch it. And I think what the coach was trying to get them to think about is when you're batting, if the ball is on the leg stump or outside of your legs, you don't put the leg and try to go across the leg. You open up and try to play the ball with the full face of the bat if you can. And that's another good delivery again. And when you can bowl dot balls in a limited overs game, those are golden. And that's the end of the over, a wide and a single coming off of it. 29 without loss after 4. So I was just making the point. So they were trying to catch the ball, and he was throwing it down, kind of down to the laces. So they had to come forward or at least bend down to catch it before it hits the ground. And like I said, if he puts it on the right side of the boot, then you catch it. But I think what he's trying to get them to do is to get into the habit of coming forward and sort of leaning into the shot to play. But it's okay if it's outside the leg. But if it's, when I say so, on the outside, on the right side of the front foot, when it's on the left side of the front foot, that's where they had some problems catching it, because they tended to plant the leg and then go across it to try to catch it outside of the left leg, when he really wanted them to open up and still catch it inside of the leg. Here she goes again, picking this one up nicely. The first ball of a new over, and it's the captain, Natalia Phillip, who is into the attack. So Sainavi Kambalapali. I'm sure if I was going to school with her, she would have had a shortened version of that name. As I think she probably does. That's well played again, but just won't get around. And that's kind of like where I was talking about how they get to open up, like point the toes down the wicket and play with a straight bat instead of pointing the leg, point the toes towards cover, and then you have to hit across the front leg. Again, batting well. And you could see the mannerisms in these two. They look fairly accomplished. They have a pretty good idea what they want to do. And it's good to see. They're not just trying to occupy the crease, but they're actually trying to score runs. And again, but this is good from Phillips. Varying her pace nicely, not giving them too much pace to work with. A little bit of a false start here. When we were here a couple of days ago, we had nice sunshine. Unfortunately, the rains that fell prior to that rendered the field unfit for play. That's a wide, a little too wide. So even though we had brilliant sunshine in the afternoon, the umpires felt that given the cut-off time, it didn't make sense. And that was after only 6 overs would have been bowled up to that point. Trinidad and Tobago was batting. They had lost 3 wickets. And here's a big one in the air. This could be going. It's gone. That's going a maximum. And that's a great hit once again from Boyles, who was stuck on 4 for a while, but that has moved and moved quickly to 10. One swing of the bat. Very, very good timing. There was a fielder out there who for a moment thought she was in the money and then realized that the money had gone over her head. So the first maximum of the game. And there really is a real joy to watch these two bat, because you're seeing them doing the things you ask of your players. The end of the over, 5 completed, is 37 without loss. A little too wide again there from Ross. But you could see her plan is put everything just outside the off stump and dare these two to come out there and get it. But every so often she pushes it instead of pulling it, which is to allow it to pitch and then kind of straighten, come back in. That's inside the line. So even though it passed under full, it was a legal delivery. Missed out though. Kambalapali. She must be kicking herself there. That was a full toss. Outside the off-stump, opportunity to free her arms. Down the wicket she goes and gets it into the gap, but not powerfully done. And nicely cut off in the outfield.
Leeward's under 19 and senior team. Same thing for boys.
And again, this time she was having a go, and she will get a bye. They'll take the bye, but she was way outside the off-stump there, trying again to reach that one. And I was just making the point on how impressed I was with these two, just the way they shaped. Even if they don't score runs, but you could see intent and you could see purpose in the way they're batting. And it's no surprise that they've both played U19 cricket before and senior team cricket for their respective countries or areas. One from both from the Leeward Islands rather, and showing that they are quite capable with the bat. They have an idea of what they're doing. And that's another wide. That was close to another no ball. So 40 without loss here now. We're into over number 6. Ross had 2 overs and 4 balls so far, costing her 10 runs. That's a very good delivery. That one was touching down on about middle and leg stumps and just curling towards the leg, and you could just see the bat coming down in time from Boyles, from St. Kitts. She just brought the bat down and kept it out. So again, nicely they're going to steal a quick single. This is very good running, and this is what I'm referencing here. These two have a good understanding, and it shows. You could see that they have a pretty good comprehension of what each other is trying to do. And on that occasion was a late call, but they were able to complete that single quite easily. 41 without loss after 6. Another short ball pulled away nicely, but again, you're seeing shots from these two that you don't see too often in age group cricket in the region. There's a good understanding. They're confident in their own techniques, and of course they're youth, so they will make mistakes. It's about shot selection and understanding what the bowlers are trying to do, but that will come. But what I like with these two is the kind of intent and the purpose that they're showing with their batting. If they get a short ball, they'll either pull it or cut it or drive it if it's overpitched. And they're not going to spare you, as is this case here now. That's another good flowing drive. Unfortunately, they don't get a run though. Probably hit it too well. Ross was in the way.
USA cricket, Chicago, St. Louis. She played.
Yeah, of course, Kambalapali would have honed the skills in the United States. And is showing that here. This is another good shot and good running all the same. So she inches on by 1 now to 21. Boyles, who's on 12, is back on strike. So Kambalapali is 21 from 19. Boyles again helping herself here. Delivery just outside of her legs, and they're playing it very well. And when they played Trinidad and Tobago earlier, they got to 120 without being separated. So, for no loss in that game before the rains came, after 23 overs or so. But they were piling on the runs against TNT. That's another loose ball, but she gets away with it. Captain Phillips. As the big effort there from Kambalapali goes for naught. She remains 21, 13 to Boyles. And after 7 overs, it's 44 without loss. The Leeward Islands, who were put in. So a lengthy discussion here as to whether or not they will continue with Ross. And I think Phillips has decided yes, because while she's bowled a couple of wides, she hasn't been spraying the ball on both sides of the wicket. So that's the end of the first power play. So we're getting ready for the second power play. Selena Ross is going to continue, not for 11 from her 3 overs. Just a tad over 3 and over. And that's another good delivery. Every so often she produces one of those almost unplayable deliveries. As the Windwards would say, they have a young team, and so they're trying to build for the future. So this is great exposure for them. And again, nicely played, brilliant fielding though by Phillips. Stumbling over to her left, the captain leading by example. And they're trying to turn it a stifled appeal. And they probably could have gone for a leg by, but I think they were like a day in lights looking at the umpire to try to see. Remember the West Indies, they're in action later on today in a day-night test match in Jamaica at Sabina Park. That's a 2:30 start today. And this is good bowling because, like I said, every time you can chalk up dot balls, it makes life difficult for the opposition. the batsmen, or the batters in this case. And of course, the other test match that we keep an eye on is England and India. Replying to England's 387, India 312 for 5. And of course, KL Rahul. And Rishabh Pant, this could be out, and she goes. Well, a good catch there. Boys would be very disappointed with that. I don't know if she was trying to turn it on the onside, but again, the bat seemed to turn in her hands, and she has to go for 13. You could see the bat going towards the leg, and then the ball spoons off the outer portion of the bat. And a very simple and comfortable catch taken there. So the fall of the first wicket, it's 44 for 1 now. And this is the lady that they'll be looking for if you would have been impressed with the first two. Well, the experienced Jazara Claxton, the captain, is at the crease. So this is the wicket that they probably would be most anxious to see the back of. Zara Claxton, she can open the batting as well. So here is Claxton now. And again, looking very assured, uncomplicated in her forward defensive push. As she finds the middle of the bat immediately. It's the end of the over. 8 completed now. It's 44 for 1. So already this is a little bit further than we got in Thursday's game, where we only had 6 overs before the rains came. So far so good. And remember, 10 overs will kind of tease the umpires. So if we could get 10 or more overs, then it's a possibility we could have a game here. Jazara Claxton was 19 not out in the game against Trinidad and Tobago. And it was the 2 openers who settled. And talking about the 2 openers, this young lady continues. Kambala Pali, 62 not out of 59 balls. Boyles, 29. And that's before they took the score to 83 without loss in the 16th over before Boyles had to retire. 429 here. And you forget that you have to give the umpire the hat. And there's some bowlers that are comfortable with it, so they will keep it on. And then you never know, the hairstyle may not be the best right now, so keep the cap on, or they don't want to take it off and then have to put it back on, because that may involve hairpins and hair clips and other things. So she decided it's staying on nicely, so she'll keep it on. Another good single, good shot again from Claxton. She gets off the mark. Kambala Pali, who already showed what she's capable of with a half century. And again, she's really looking full of aggression. And full of intent. Really would like to place the ball better if possible. Umpires again having a word with the captain. I'm not sure if it's for crossing the field or what it is, but players are moving into position, so I don't know if what that discussion is about, but you could see Phillips doesn't seem too happy. And again, Claxton showing how competent she is, how comfortable she is coming onto that front foot. And so now you see now this is a bit puzzling because she is forced to stay down there. That's a great shot. It's in the air, but it's going to go all the way to the long off boundary. Again, good use of the feet, getting to the ball and then lifting it over the middle fielder's head. She was a fair way back, but not all the way. And it went over her head and into the long off boundary. For 4 runs. So that completes over number 9. It's 52 for 1 now. Fielders out in the deep getting a nice little workout. Well, at least they're having fun out there. In fact, I would too, because they would have been holed up for the last couple games. Not able to get out there and run around a little bit, stretch their legs. But in fact, they lost their last game to Guyana. So they would be hoping that they can turn that around. And that one is hit in the air, but it's going to drop a long way. So an opportunity here now for Small. Gather Small. Again, good use of the feet there, but she probably got too far on top of it. Almost yoked herself. But you can see she's not afraid to use her feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Just has to be careful, though. You don't want to go past it. Down the wicket she comes again, and she's out. Brilliant catch again from the captain, doing a good job there and allowing it to come to her. Natalia Phillip took it, as I say, like a goalkeeper, and going to her left. And that is the end of Kambala Pali for 27. Again, she didn't get to the pitch of it. She was trying to get there and hit it a little bit uppishly, but a very well judged catch from Phillip. So 53 for 2 now. So good positive batting on the part of the Leeward Islands. And this is Catherine Rosario. coming to the crease here. We see we did have a pretty decent crowd when the Trinidad local girls were performing. In fact, they seemed to have some visitors whom they were teaching the rudiments of the game of cricket, how to hit the ball. I suppose it's only natural. If we were to go to the US and you had an opportunity to have a swing at a baseball, you'd probably relish that opportunity. And better yet, if you made contact with it, you may. But I tell you what though, you could start with softball, slow pitch softball. I know a lot of Trinidadians would love that because it's a bigger ball and you could give it a good whack. Good shot, into the gap it goes, that's 4 runs. The very first ball she faced, and she's off the mark right away, Rosario. That's a good shot. She got into an excellent position. A little bit of a misfield there. Yeah, the ball probably just taken a little bit of a bad hop right there in front of her. So Rosario executed that brilliant shot even though the helmet wasn't sitting properly on her head. But everything seems to be okay now. Now that could spell trouble for the opposition because if she could play such a good shot and wasn't absolutely comfortable. Here she is again chasing one outside the off stump. She's really hunting right now. She wants to get on with things. Not that they're in a hurry, they have a lot of overs. So she could afford to take her time and set herself up. But she looks like she's in a real hurry. So that's the end of the over. 10 overs completed now, 57 for 2. It is. So 5 runs from that over plus a wicket. If that's the way the game would pan out, I'm sure the Windwards would take that every over if possible. And a little bit of stoppage there. The ball you could see just almost stopping in the pitch as she was trying to cut it and then found that it was just bouncing a little bit extra. And again it's in the air and again it's taken, and guess who? The captain again moving smartly in the field, and Claxton has to go for 3 again, not connecting as well as she would have liked. And but again Phillips tracking it down nicely and coming up with another brilliant effort there. Maya Gilbert picking up a wicket. Again, you could see her going across the ball and then having to, whatever spin there might be, just hitting the outer portion of the bat. And she has to go. It's 57 for 3 now. So after they were 44 for 1, in the space of 13 runs, they've lost 3 wickets. And Aaliyah Weeks is at the crease. Windward Islands are doing a nice job here, just containing the aggressive Leeward Islands batters. Trying to keep them in check here, which is the ideal thing to do. And the bonus is that you're actually picking up wickets as well. And Gilbert, 1 for 8 now. She's in her second over. Amaya Gilbert bowling a little right arm off spin with the cap. And that swung nicely, but a little too hard for the square leg. Just forward of square there, it flew past her in a hurry. She didn't really get a chance to get across there and even get her hands up to get a touch onto it. But I was traveling off the bat of Weeks, so she's off the mark. One more to the score, 58 for 3 now. Of course, today's another big day at Wimbledon, the women's final. Swiatek. And another good delivery, full of pace there. In fact, it looked like she bowled a leg break there with that one quicker. So she's mixing up her deliveries quite nicely, literally, from off break to leg break. And that's a good shot. That's in the gap, but there is cover. As another over comes to an end, 11 completed now, and 59 for 3. So just the 2 runs coming off of that over and a wicket. So I'm sure the Windwards will take that every time. So the game here really right now sort of delicately poised, because if the Leewards were to lose a couple more wickets, they could find themselves in dire straits here. And I'm sure Maya Gilbert will be hoping that she could continue to apply pressure. Again, that's nicely played. She had to chase after it. That's a long way outside there, but Rosario does very well, and that's even brilliant fielding out there. Now, did she stop it, or did it actually get to the ropes? It doesn't look like it did, so that looks like a clean stop on her part. Talk about not giving up. Look at how wide that delivery is, and she had to turn and chase after it. But that's brilliant. That's excellent work indeed there. That looked like Kyla Jeffrey. She's at 4 runs. But if we were to look at that again, yeah, they credited 4 runs, but I thought that she actually got her hand down and batted it away from the rope. So she must feel a little hard done by there. And again, going down there, taking a big risk. Rosario, she wants to get on with things here. Obviously, one of the key batters on this team. But she has to understand the responsibility. There are plenty of overs left. And that's into the gap as well. This time, no debate here as to whether or not it got close to the rope. She was able to cut it off well inside. 2 leg byes. And again, short, put away nicely. Does it have the legs to get to the boundary? It's rolling, 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 rolling. And it gets there in the end. So another brilliant shot again from Catherine Rosario as she threatens a big score here. She's up to 13 now, 12 completed. It's 69 for 3, and the players are going to have some refreshments. As we welcome you back here, the players have had a nice little refreshment. And just to quickly recap here, the Leeward Islands were put into bat by the Windwards. And they are now 69 for 3 after 12. The boys making 13, Kambalapali 27, and Claxton 3. Rosario is on 13 weeks though. Has just arrived at the wicket. She's on 1. She doesn't look like much of a big aggressor, but she could probably stick around. But I believe if you bowl a long hop, she may probably put that away. What she has to be mindful of here is how to rotate strike and not allow the bowlers to just wheel away at her and keep her quiet, because it builds the pressure on the batsman at the other end to do all the scoring, and that's when they tend to do too much and get themselves out. And so that's good batting. Excellent shot. That's going to go away for 4. And that's what I'm saying. If you get a bad ball, then put it away, even if you're not a big hitter. But she did that well. There is a fielder at square leg, but she was able to get it well over her head. No risk there. It was short enough. And at a nice height for her to get under it and put it away. So now there's an adjustment in the field. The fielder at square leg has gone all the way back now, almost identically where that ball landed. So Gilbert it is, Amaya Gilbert is going to continue. And Weeks not interested in too much aggression right now. But as she said, if you bowl a long hop, she will try to put it away. And that's another one that comes off the bat at an awkward height. And she will only get a single for it, but you could see her trying to really get under that one, but it was so high that probably to her benefit she didn't hit it as well, because there were 2 fielders out, one had long on and one had long off. There's another short ball that is swung away nicely. But just the 1 run in it. So that completes the over 13 completed now. 75 for 3 at the end of 13. Again, not able to pierce the gap here. Good generous flight again from Small. And this time she gets it into the gap. Small was a little bit on the short side, and this one will run close to the boundary, but it won't get there. Nice powerful return from out in the deep, limiting them to just the 2 runs. Again, on the back foot, almost exclusively operating from off the back foot. Allowing the ball to pitch and then whichever way it's turned. I haven't seen her bowl the googly just yet. It's been predominantly leg breaks, small. Again, just trying to drop it just outside that off stump. And almost as if she's daring the batsman, you put the pressure, put the power on it, and try to get it away. And once more, she can't get the single, although they have to be mindful that they can't take singles. There are big gaps in the field. Sometimes all you have to do is just push it and run. And once again, the captain really leading from in front. She has 2 catches already and a couple of brilliant stops like that one to limit them to just 2 runs from the over. 77 for 3 now after 14. Again on the back foot. Weeks might have hurt herself because she went right around there, and now you can see her. I don't know if it's the knee that she might have just tweaked there a little bit, but she missed out there. But she was on the back foot looking to really swing that. There are 2 fielders out now, so she has to be careful. Not interested in that, but she'll take the wide. That's well bowled. That's a beauty. And that's what you like to see. The bowlers trying different things, but also being consistent with their lines and their lengths. And then when they get to that, just 2 subtle variations. They don't have to turn the ball a mile. Just enough to either beat or hit the outside edge. And there she's again. Bang on target. Amaya Gilbert doing a good job here. In over number 4, 17 for 1 so far for her. And I think she's listed as an off spinner, but she can bowl a leg break as well. And that's the off spinner. That one is hit in the air, but safely. Small comes across. And limiting them to just the 1 run. Or Rots rather, coming over and limiting them to 1. Another wide signal here. So every time she tries to push it too far outside the off stump, it's almost like it's staying in her hand too long, and it flicks out wide of the off stump. Maybe she just needs to stay side on a little bit longer, like she did there, and drop it on the spot. Like I said, that's why I'm so happy that they're able to play, because the coaches will see the players going through these periods and be able to help them work out certain things that they're doing. And this is one of those areas that we've seen quite a few times now already in the tournament, where bowlers trying to compensate tend to go to the extreme. So they either go wide on their leg stump and then they go wide outside the off stump. And it's to get that in between. That's another good shot. That's in the gap, but that's good field. And they're going back for the second? No. Although they might have been able to get it, they decided against it, which is another one of the areas that we'd like to see them continue to improve, which is the running between the wickets and the calling in determining whether there's a run or not. 82 for 3 after 15. So 15 overs gone, 82 for 3. Opportunity for them to really stifle their batting even more here now. If they can probably put in a few maidens. Just as I say so, she bowls a wide. That's more like it, because she sees that Rosario wants to get after her outside that off stump and get a small, persistent with that line, even if she crosses it sometimes and produces a wide or two. Here she goes, it's in the air again, but it doesn't carry. Just teasing Rosario out there. Rosario wants to get after her. And I suppose her eyes light up when she sees the ball thrown in the air like that. But as coaches always used to say, don't get drowned in honey. And again, so apart from the wide, she hasn't had anything else since. 3 dot balls. Can she make it 4? And again, starting outside the leg stump. And again, she can't get it away. So frustration here for Rosario. She's on the back foot. She's getting the opportunity to swing the bat, but the ball just doing a little bit and throwing her off, or timing is off. This time she makes better contact, but even then she can't beat the field, and a good over comes to an end. Just the 1 run in it. It's 83 now for 3 after 16. So for a team that started very well indeed, scoring freely, all of a sudden they're finding it harder now to get the ball away. That's the Diego Martin North Secondary School. Played many a football game there. Done commentary on a lot of games in that compound. Secondary schools as well as zonal football. Yeah, this time they're going to go for the single. She's going to have to hurry, and she does. That's good running. That is excellent running there again. Rosario made the call, and she just kept going. Weeks, to her credit, responded to the call, and they were both home quite comfortably in the end. As you see more and more spectators starting to come to the ground, obviously school is out. So this is an opportunity for parents or an older sister or somebody to encourage the younger ones to come and enjoy some cricket. nicely played, but again, the runs have dried up literally. That's a good shot, but it might only net her just the one run, as the field is well set. There are boundary riders at deep backward square, at deep mid wicket, and at long on. So anything swung into the onside, it's probably going to have to be almost perfectly struck. And placed well also. But I tell you what, you're seeing some, if you're a West Indian cricket fan, you're seeing some very positive signs from this Leeward Islands team, and to the Windward Islands too, because I really believe their bowlers are doing a pretty good job of keeping things very tight indeed. And so they're able to take a quick single on the wide. So that advances the score by 2. And these two have added 30 now from 38 deliveries. Can they keep going? That's the big question here. And this time she's gone right across the line of that one. Luckily, the umpire says not out. A quicker delivery there from Shadiah Seaman. But the umpire says not out. And again, probably just going down leg on this occasion. But that ends the over. Another pretty decent over. 87 for 3 now after 17. And as we're talking, in addition to that, the Indian women and the English women are also playing. The Indian women have already wrapped up that T20 series. Just like Australia wrapped up the Test series with the West Indies, but they probably want to keep going and try their best to take as many points as possible while here in the Caribbean. Delisha Francois is going to pick up the attack now. And they're going to scamper a quick single. Good running again. And good at throw out in the deep. They might go back for a second. They decide against it. And how often have they said, don't run on the fumble or the misfield, especially if the ball hasn't gone very far. But they might have been able to squeeze a second run there, but Weeks was flat out going into the crease at the non-striker's end. And again, good piece from Delisha Francois. Good stroke play, but not able to pierce the field any. So, although it's not the type of sunshine we had a couple of days ago, but it's still bright. And that's a top edge that is going to roll into the boundary down to third man. I don't think she intended it to go there. She was trying to get it maybe over deep backward square. hit the top edge, and it went over the keeper head down to third man for 4. 92 now for 3. So Francois' splendid effort spoiled somewhat with that boundary. And pulled away again. That's another good shot. That's 4 more. And that's more like the Rosario that the Leeward Islands have come to know. And you could just hear them singing in the stands there. If nothing else, they're enjoying this short ball on a fairly docile pitch. And that's the full treatment. Again, not able to get the power in it. And another dot ball is the end of the over. And at the end of 18, it's 96 now for 3. Just some of the ground staff and other spectators enjoying the action here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, previously known as the Diego Martin Recreation Ground. Remember playing a lot of football here. And surprisingly, I didn't play much cricket here. I think I played 2 games here in my entire, and I live in Diego Martin. But I played more football than I played cricket here. But this ground is really a nice viewing ground. I think if you sit in the stands, you could see everything. There are no posts or anything blocking you, so your vision is solid throughout. And I think people appreciate that. Even when they come to watch football, they get to see the entire field. They don't have to look around. And the way the stands are situated, you can see over the person in front of you unless he's really tall or is standing up. Weeks though, very focused and concentrated here. She's going to try to keep them out at one end and allow Rosario to do the heavy lifting at the other, which can work. But what she has to do is figure out a way how to rotate the strike, though. Pinch a quick single. And that always helps when you can get a wide. Probably would have been even better. She would have felt if she could have gotten a touch onto it, and maybe pick up a single and get Rosario on strike. And the model of concentration. Alicia Francois coming in to do the fielding. She's going to be under pressure there. Once again, that leg side, angling down the leg side and signal a wide. Unless it's a ploy to see if they could get a stumping down the leg side. The wicketkeeper is up. And that's another good shot, but she may just get a single from it. So that's 100 on the board. It's 99 for 3. And she's trying, and she's out WW. She was swinging right across the line of that one. And a short ball, really, a long hop that probably should have been put away. However, She failed to make the contact, and that is the end of a very bright little effort there on the part of Rosario. And Seaman picks up a pepper. She missed it, so if it was on the stumps, it was definitely going to hit the stump because she went right across it. And of course, Rosario, which batter you know is happy when they get out or doesn't think that it didn't get out, especially with an LBW. But that's the, as they say, is water under the bridge. And the reality is they've lost another wicket now. It's 99 for 4. So Seaman has a wicket. She's done well since coming on, 1 for 7. She's in her second over. One delivery to close this one off. And arriving at the crease now is Zara Skerritt. And she too is trying to just fan the ball. So Zara Skerritt is the new batter, 100 for 4. And she should get a single here, and they will get it too. Not much they could do about that. Very well placed. Francois having to move to her left, and that allowed them enough time to complete this single. The end of the over, and after 19 overs, it's 101 for 4. Big drive there, and missing outside that off stump. Francois gives you the impression she's bowling off the wrong foot. She has a little skip just before to kind of set up a delivery stride. And it's almost like a Maxwell type of move the swerve. And give you the impression that he was bowling off the wrong foot. I suppose that's the only way we could describe it, really. But he would tell you flat, he was very comfortable bowling, quote unquote, off the wrong foot. And that's a good delivery again, right up. I think Roland Sampath also bowled a similar kind of hop skip at the crease. Then the delivery stride. Again, creating some problems there. Not much Skerritt could do with that one. Weeks batted well for 10. Is on 10 right now. Good feeling in the follow through again from Francois. So she's doing a pretty decent job here for a captain. In fact, all of the bowlers have really contributed significantly. Another peach of a delivery, can't get it away. And Skerritt remains 1. Weeks is on 10. And with 20 overs completed now, it's 101 for 4. And that was a maiden over by Francois. What a time to produce that. Just when the Leeward Islands would like to accelerate, they're finding the boundaries very hard to come by. Looks like the left-handed Selena Ross is coming back into the attack. So not a runaway score by any stretch of the imagination. So again, Selena Ross back at it again, holding that line outside the off stump. Daring the batsman, come out there and see if you could get after me. It's in the air, that could be going just over the head of the fielder. They're able to sneak just a 1, can't get a second run. That's good fielding out there. So Weeks goes to 11 now, but from 20 deliveries. Skerritt is 1 from 7, and she got nothing there. Another dot ball. So Selena Ross is back at it now. And that's in the air, that could be out caught. What a catch. What a brilliant catch indeed. She was stretching there and she had to put her hand up and took a brilliant catch. That's Small. Giada Small putting the hand up and pulling it down. And that's very well done indeed. So that's the end of Skerritt. That's brilliant. Ross again keeping the pressure on. They're now 102 for 5. The ball was going over her head, going past her. She kept her eyes on it, put the hand up, and said, hey, look what I found. It's 102 for 5 now. So it was 44 for 1, 53 for 2, 57 for 3, 99 for 4, and now 102 for 5. So not very often you see a batsman or a woman racing out to the sweep, but that's Bushraj is Sanjana. That's exactly what she did. Sprinted out there as if to say, let's get on with this. She means business. See how she shapes. But she got a good ball and had to treat it with respect. And this is the part of the scenario for some teams. They're kind of top heavy in terms of their quality. So most of the better batters are in the top half, and they have precious little by way of all-round capabilities at the back end. So what we're seeing here is symptomatic of that, because they don't have a true all-rounder or two who can really take the bowling by the scruff of the neck here in the latter overs. It's 102 for 5 now after 21. So just keeping tabs on that India game. They're now 336 for 6. So they're inching closer. They're still 51 runs adrift though. Here it's also a bit of a stretch to get on top of the bowling. Here they go now, opportunity to just break the sequence here, because they were being bogged down quite nicely. So again, Rishabh Pant with 74, 50 to Jadeja, and Reddy made 30. So that man, Washington Sundar, is there. Here's another strong appeal. She's out. And again, Bujraj out without scoring. So once again, Francois gets that deserved wicket because she's been very consistent. And again, just partially obscured there by the umpire. And but the umpire judged that it would have been hitting the leg stump. So wickets tumbling here now. Ainka Wilson. So what could she do here now? They need something from her to help push the scoring along here. Still have a lot of wickets in hand, a lot of overs in hand to play with. Francois, though, I'm sure, would have other ideas. She would want to get off the field as quickly as possible, and that's taking wickets. There's another one. There's another appeal. She's out. LBW. First ball, a golden duck here for Wilson, as she was as square as anything right in front of the stump. She didn't go anywhere. She just kind of squared up in the crease and was struck on the back foot, it looks like. And the umpire wasted no time. So 2-2, and Francois is on a hat-trick. So again, you could see the joy on Francois' face there, 2 in 2. And the problems here now for the Leewards, because their innings is, as they say, subsiding significantly. And they need somebody. Alianga Warner. Okay, this is her opportunity here. First, she has to try to avoid the hat-trick ball. But what an opportunity here for Delicia Francois. She started this over with 0 for 9 from 2 overs. 4 balls later, she has 2 for 10. And a chance at a hat-trick here now. Warner waits. And just angled down the leg side. That too could run away, but no. Brilliant fielding out in the deep. And they will get 2 wides. So let's credit them with 3. But a brilliant bit of work out in the deep. Down there at fine leg. She was actually a third man and had to run all the way around to fine leg to do the fielding. Talk about determination. This one is in the air, but it doesn't carry again. So close and yet so far. You can see Small anxious there to probably get in. So the Windward Islands justifying that decision to insert the Leeward Islands. They continue to take wickets at regular intervals. There's another one. Again, there's another appeal, but this one might be heading down leg, and the umpire concurs. So that's the end of the over. 22 in the books, 106 for 7. So a real turnaround here. Once again, the fall of wickets. 1 for 44, 2 for 53, 3 for 57, 4 for 99, 5 for 102, 6 for 103. So again, they have lost 3 wickets for the addition of 4 runs at 99, 102, and 103. 103 FM here in Trinidad and Tobago. And here she's again, Ross. Coming back here after bowling a couple overs early on. I think she bowled like 4 overs prior. She's back with a second of a new spell. And again, she has been very consistent. Again, apart from the wides, she's done precious little wrong. And as a coach, you're happy with that. You'll take the wides because you know what she's trying to do, pushing the ball across the right-handers. Like right there. And this one is tugged on the onside. But you won't mind that too much because the batter had to actually take a bit of a risk in going across the line of that one. So now they are trying to plug that gap at mid-wicket, and it's the captain, Philip, who is doing the honors. So she does have a fine leg, a square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, and a mid one on the onside. Outside the off-stump it goes again. And good bowling once more from Ross. Now the captain was trying to pack the offside field, maybe bring an extra player on the offside. But there would be that big gap at mid-wicket. But because Ross is bowling across the right-hander, she might have been right in bringing the extra player on the offside. And in this case, it goes down to square leg, and it's going to go close to the boundary. And it was just kept back, and that's good running. They're going back for the third. No. It just seems as if overrunning the crease there was Warner, and she wasn't too keen on going back for that third run. Weeks, though, was very anxious to get back up on strike. No question here. She did stop this one well inside. This time he's striking on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. A little too high, maybe. But Ross was very interested in that one. Of course, one of my favorite events on the annual sporting calendar is taking place as we speak. As always said, this is the time to be in Europe. The Tour de France, stage 8. We've had some spills. Yesterday we had a big spill. About 8 or 9 riders went down. That's another good delivery from Ross. She's been very disciplined. She hasn't had the type of success, but she's been very good. 2 for 16. Francois 2 for 13. And Rosario made 26-27 to Kambalapali. They are the principal scorers so far. Weeks, though, is still there. She's on 13. And with her is Lianga Warner. Aaliyah Weeks it is. And but she hasn't been able to rotate the strike as well as she would, or the team would like. They need runs, and they're going to need her to keep going. Watch at this, 15 dot balls for Francois already. That's a good shot. That's in the gap. That is going to go to the boundary. That's 4 runs. You could just see it racing away and running across the turf. Ross was trying to get there, but I suppose after bowling that over, she just didn't have the energy to get across there. And the ball was always going to beat her into the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Now they've pulled the long on all the way back and a little bit wider too. There's a long off, very straight, and a deep mid-wicket. And again, and that one hit the bowler's arm and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but to her credit, Warner's bat was firmly planted. That's probably one of the most cruel dismissals in cricket. And again, well bowled by Francois. She's spot on again. Yeah, after you work so hard, you avoid the quick bowlers, you handle the spinners, and then your teammate back drives one, tips the bowler's hand, and you run out, which is, cruel. There's another big shot. She's going to get a run here. Weeks starting to open up a little bit now because she's probably feeling the urgency of the situation, but they cannot afford to keep losing wickets. That's the other part of the equation. think they would probably like to get up to 150 at the least, and then even beyond that. Wide signal there, but a good bit of wicket keeping once again from George. Kayla George. And again, standing there and then trying to make a quick adjustment, but not able to do it too much. So there you go again. The bowlers doing a pretty good job. 2 for 16 from Ross and 2 for 19 for Francois. So that's the end of over number 24 now. It's 116 for 7 as the players get a bit of a breather. So here we go again as we resume. That's another wide, touching down outside that off stump there. Small again, trying her best. Small has done very well. She has a wicket to her credit. 1 for 17 from 4 prior to this over. And again, trying to go big. Oh, this is not Weeks' game. However, the team needs her to probably just change her whole attitude towards batting a little bit, and that may entail a few big hits, but I don't think that's a natural game. And here she is now. So she's trying to pick which deliveries to hit. That was a delivery she probably should have gone after, but wasn't able to. And that's, I suppose that's the sort of the dichotomy, the predicament in which she finds herself, because she's not normally an aggressive batter. So she kind of like has to pick now which one she goes after, and sometimes she gets it all wrong. And that's understandable because, like I said, she's more of an accumulator of runs as opposed to someone who would come and bludgeon the bowling. We saw some good batting from Boyles, from Kambalapali, another wide delivery. Those, they're generous with those so far. Claxton shaped well, but she only made 3. Rosario batted beautifully for her 26. And was disappointed when she got out, but 1 or 2 rash shots in there, a couple of LBW decisions, and Francois bowled beautifully. There's another well-placed shot. They're going to have to run, and they took a little while to get started there. But eventually they got it, so Weeks picks up another single. She inches on to 19 now. And again in this over, there are 3 wides and a single. So nothing by way of big runs. Another wide. So that has been the sort of get out of jail for the Leeward Islands. Now, Warner is big and strong. If she swings and connects, could go a mile. But she's more intent on just keeping it out. And I think that is where the pressure is building on Weeks, because now, all of a sudden, Weeks, who is not a big hitter, is trying to force the issue. So you see her winding up to swing at almost everything. And then she kind of goes back to her normal self. And so could come back here from small, keeping things tight. This has been a good bowling effort, a good fielding effort on the part of the Windward Islands. The Leeward Islands, though, like I said, their batting at the top looks so professional. You wanted to see them bat on. They're going to take that as well. And that has been the real Achilles heel here. For them, it hasn't been the easiest. Little stifled appeal again, trying to go across the line of the deliveries. Not able to get a hold of it. So 25 overs completed. It's 122 for 7. So it's been a bit of a struggle lately in terms of run scoring. And Amaya Gilbert is coming back now for her 6th over. Doing the smart thing, just checking the field to make sure that the numbers are adding up. As the Calypso said, the Matson. Make sure the players are where they're supposed to be. So this is much better than we had a couple of days ago. By this time we probably would have been watching the covers on the field. Here they're getting play, and the players seem to be enjoying it And that's a great delivery, but it's going down to the third man region. They're going to get a single, but that's all. Weeks, I'm sure, would like to get more than just a one run, but she'll have to settle for that. Now the scenario here is Warner, Leanga Warner. Can she rotate the strike? Can she get a quick single and bring Weeks back on strike? And there's a knife stifled appeal, but she's out. So Warner misses it completely. She goes for two, and Gilbert picks another pepper. And they've slipped further into the mire now at 123. Now for 8. You look at it again. Struck on the back leg, and when that happens, your heart skip a beat because you know you're in danger. And so it's not the best of sitting. Courtney Brown, what a name, is making her way. Making her way out into the middle. So named after the famous West Indies and Barbados wicketkeeper Courtney Brown. Remember that partnership that helped us, helped the West Indies under the stewardship of Brian Lara to win. What was that tournament called? That was a different. There was a different name to it, but it So here's another good delivery, pitching up, but it's wide outside the off stump, says the umpire. And Gilbert not thrilled, but she's in the general area, and that is what I'm really happy about. When you get wides down the leg side, you're asking for trouble. But I think you could live with a wide outside the off stump, especially if it's just fractionally wide of that marker. And you, as a captain and as a coach, you live with those. And you also live with those dot balls as well. And there have been quite a proliferation of those. So the projected score is 170. They're currently at 4.86 and over. And a lot of that took place early on when their frontline batters were going gung-ho at just about 8 and over early on. And but now they can't really get the ball off the square much. And the bowlers are just running up, as they say, and wringing their arms over, and really not conceding much by way of boundaries or even saying, there's another appeal, and she's out. Again, Brown going right across it, and Gilbert strikes again. Brown goes with outscoring. It's 124 for 9. So just the one run off the bat. There were three, where there was one wide as well in that over. And again, you could see just sort of standing there, not really moving that back leg, and just blocking the leg stump. And she has to go. That's the end of the over. And at the end of it, it's now 124 for 9. So just 2 runs in that over, but 2 wickets as well. And all of a sudden, Gilbert has 3 for 23. And we have a new batter making her way out there. This is the kind of like the end of the road for them. And this is where Weeks has to be. Gabriela Harilal. There's another appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. So shorter, flatter, quicker, just drifting down the leg side. But that's good bowling again, mixing it up nicely here, Simon. And again, trying to force the issue, but Weeks can't get the boundaries, so she's stifled. Now, the previous over, she got the single off the first ball and then stood helplessly at the other end as 2 wickets went down in that over from Gilbert. Now, she gets a single after the third delivery. So what is going to happen? Just a 1 wicket left. The 9 wickets down. 125 for 9. Make that 126. So they've had a nice healthy sprinkling of wides. But Seaman will try again. And that's not going to hurt one bit. Again, the Leeward are batting here from the Leeward Islands, unable to keep the pressure on the Windward's bowling. So she bowled her brilliantly done indeed. And so Harry Lal goes without scoring, and Seaman has 2 for 11. 21 not out to Weeks. And beautifully bowled, 126 all out. And a brilliant delivery there. So 126 all out in 26.5 overs. So it means that the Windward Islands will need 127, and they have all 35 overs in which to get those runs. And really a very interesting situation. From them. So again, 21 not out for Weeks. And again, this would be a good learning experience for her. She's probably going to have to manage the lower order a little bit better. She exposed them, and they couldn't hold up their end of the bargain, so she was stranded at the other end and watched wickets tumble helplessly from the non-strikers' end. 27 for Kambara Balapali. She batted well for her 27. 26 to Rosario. 13 to Boyle, who shaped well. Weeks was 21 not out. They were the principal scorers. But get this. They had 4 ducks. And then they had a batsman get 1, another one getting 2, and another one getting 3. So 4 zeros, then 1, 2, 3. And then there are those 3 really big scores, 26, 27, and 21. And so that's the situation here. The Leeward Islands, all out in 26.5 overs. And we're just trying to see if we could get you the bowling figures, but I remember, was it Francois with 2 small? Seaman came back and picked up 2, at the death here. Gilbert also bowled beautifully. And so here it is now. Jada Tyrrell, shot 2 overs, cost 20. Selena Ross, 2 for 16. She bowled beautifully from her 6 overs. Natalia Phillips, her 2 overs cost 11, the captain. I'm surprised she didn't bring herself back. Amaya Gilbert, she had 3 for 23 from her 5. And of course, Gianna Small, 1 for 22. And also, Shadiah Seaman also bowled well, 2 for 11 from her 2.5 overs. And Delisha Francois, her 4 overs, one of them was a maiden, and she had 2 for 19. So good bowling, sharing up the wickets all around. So an excellent effort on the part of the Windward Islands. They won the toss and opted to field first. And they must be smiling now as they've gone through the Leeward Islands batting and bowled them out for 126 in 26.5 overs and give themselves a chance here. They need 127 to win, but they have all 35 overs to get there. Again, 2 for 16 to Ross, 3 for 23 for Gilbert, and 2 for 11 for Seaman, while Francois had 2 for 19. So that's the very latest here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Welcome back to the Digger Martin Sporting Complex here, where we see the wicket looks nice and dry, and the two batters are out in the middle already. They're waiting. The fielding team, the Leeward Islands, they posted 126 all out in 26.5 overs, or 26 overs and 5 balls to be more precise. It means that the Windward Islands, who remember won the toss and opted to field first, they need 127 now to win. And in their last game, the Windwards, they were skittled out for 72 against Guyana. So I'm sure they'll want to improve on that. And Guyana made 73 for 6 in reply. So again, we saw the strength of the Windwards bowling coming to the fore, where they made life difficult for Guyana as they chased down a modest 73. But now it's all about, can they get these runs here? So the bowlers have done their bit. It's now up to the batsmen or the batswomen or the batters to be more neutral, to get the runs for the team to hold up their end of the bargain. And as a Westerner will say, where have I heard that before? Nevertheless, we all set to go. And starting off there with wide first up, not the ideal start by Claxton, the captain. Jazara Claxton opening the bowling, batted at number 3. And again, so the Raider not cantering properly just yet, but she looks such a good athlete. And you saw it in the way she shaped as a batter, and now as a bowler, she has a pretty good idea of what it is she's trying to do. And not taken cleanly by the keeper, but no run, which is a little bit surprising. That had all the makings of another run there. But sure they'll be happy. They've gotten 2 wides already, but that could have been a 3rd run for them. However, we'll wait to see what happens. Amaya Gilbert and Jada Terrell. Gilbert again struck on the pad. So a leg by, and this is the thing that is so impressive. Jada Terrell actually opened the bowling for the Windward Islands, and here she is opening the batting as well. You don't see that too often. And, but it's impressive on her part to be a frontline bowler as well as a frontline batter on this team. And the coaches trust her with that. In that 72, Amaya Gilbert top scored with 14. In fact, she was the only player to get into double figures. Or rather, Tyson at the end got 13. And again, bang on target from Claxton. Terrell not able to put it away. So the Leeward Islands, they have a great opportunity here, but they have to get wickets. They know that the Windward Islands batting might be a little bit shocked from that last outing. But the key here is wickets. The earlier the better. And a big drive and a beautiful delivery again. Good pace also from Claxton, and you could just see pure athleticism written all over her. She is such an exciting mover in the field, but even in her bowling, look at her run-up. She is very efficient, very aggressive when she delivers. And again, she's going past the outside edge. And after a couple deliveries going down the leg side, she's been able to readjust that line. And now she's really working up some speed. But just outside that off-stump, forcing the batter to play, and but hasn't been able to hit the edge just yet. And again, she's on target. So what a brilliant comeback. After 2 wides in her first 2 deliveries, nothing else after that to end the over. So 3 without loss at the end of the first over. And so Aaliyah Weeks is going to pick up the attack. So the Windward Islands really need a little bit of a partnership here. The Leewards will be hoping that they could upset those best laid plans and try and see if they can't put the cat among the pigeons here and try to limit them under the 127 required. It's another good delivery. It goes right through the keeper, and they will get a bye. It just touched down there in front of Rosario. And she failed to take it cleanly. So Catherine Rosario, who batted well, shaped very well indeed, hit the ball hard for her 26. Sure she'll want to tighten up there behind the stumps. Now, an opportunity here for Weeks. She was very patient. She ran out of partners when you really think about it. She was 21 not out at the death. And she batted at number 5, so she saw several of her teammates crash. And Scarrett made 1. Bujraj made a duck. Wilson made a duck. Warner 2. Brown naught. Harilal naught. So, and it just seems as if a little bit of uncertainty. It seems as if she's having a problem with the helmet or something. She's not comfortable just yet. Terrell. So here we go again. Big swing and a miss once more. And we have another bowler who has a little bit of a hop and skip just at the delivery point. So it gives you the illusion as if they're bowling off the wrong leg. And again, the wide signal by the umpire there. But Weeks again looks to be very capable with the ball in her hands. Like I said, most of the time, it's the ones that could focus on that off-stump just outside the off-stump. That's where the bread could be buttered, where they could create the most havoc. And a play and a miss again. So not an auspicious start this on the part of the Windward Islands. And like I say, after they were bowled out for 72 in their in their last game, the first one was ruined by rain. They didn't get a result there. They lost the next one to Guyana. So another wide here from Weeks. So when you consider that Amaya Gilbert made 14, Jada Terrell made 4 before she was run out in that last game. That's a beauty. Again, going right through her. And they can have a little bit of a discussion there, maybe just telling her to try and pick up the line a little bit better. Play with a straight bat, move your leg and get the leg into line, then bring the bat behind it. Weeks, though, would be hoping to beat her to that, maybe clip the off stump on the way through. Another dot ball. So the Leewards making life difficult, and I suppose that's what they want. Obviously, it would be ideal to pick up a wicket or two early, and that will certainly have them sitting pretty. And another wide signal by the umpire there. So she's bowling at a decent clip, but she's just pushing it, or should I say pulling it, and it's just going wide. And what she doesn't want to do is overcompensate and try and push it now down the leg side. So she just has to keep the wrist firm and just get it up and down. Short ball, trying to pull it a little bit late, and can't get it through. So a pretty decent over despite the wides, and that brings the over to an end. There were 3 wides in that over. So a bit of a tough ask for these two. So, 8 without loss after 2. So again, Amaya Gilbert made 14. She led the way. Terrell made 4. The captain Phillips batting at 3 made 6. And then Seaman, no score. Francois, 4. George, no score. She was the wicketkeeper in the last game. Abigail Celestin. Is another one that beats the outside edge. This is great bowling. Again from this opening pair. Claxton. Very slippery indeed. Nicely played, but again can't get it through. So this is the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 Women's Championship clash between the Windwards and the Leeward Islands. This could easily have taken place in North Sound or at the Queen's Park in St. George's. Excellent bowling, right on target, well played in the end. And again, they have all 35 overs to make these runs, so they don't need to go helter-skelter all over the place. Quick update here. India, 376 now for 7. So they're 1 run away from tying the scores. And there's a loud appeal. She's out, LBW. Trying to turn it on the onside. and not able to get bat to ball. And that is the end of Gilbert. Amaya Gilbert has to go back. So Claxton, really, who was threatening all along. So here you look at it again. Not sure. The ball was, it was high, and then it seemed to cut in. I don't even know if she got an inside edge as well, but maybe if you see the second time, you could check to see, but Gilbert certainly wasn't happy, and you could see almost as if she's pointing to the bat. But as they say, that's water under the bridge. Skipper Phillips is out there now. And she will be hoping to Natalia Phillip. So Natalia Phillips, the captain, is out there. They need something from her today. She only got 6 in the last game. They need a big score, but they need her to avoid a collapse here. So they need her to occupy the crease for some time. She's a big hitter of the ball. So it's captain against captain there, and so far it's all Claxton right now. I think it's safe to say Claxton has them at bay. Under brilliant sunshine here. No cement involved in this one. Say good afternoon to all the folks in the Claxton Bay area. And again, a wide to just ease the pressure just that little bit. But Claxton wouldn't mind that too much. She gets another chance at that delivery. She's been bowling very well. She's bowling at a good clip also. And that is most impressive. In fact, both of them, they have nice simple action, bowling actions, and what we call repeatable actions. And so she's really doing a pretty good job for her team now. So that ends the over. And so it's about 11 now with a 1 after 3. So a pretty decent start this from the Leeward Islands, putting pressure on the Windward Islands batters to see if they So as they start again. So here comes Weeks once more, bowling very well, just as a captain at the other end. These two are really making life very difficult for them. And when you consider they haven't really been runs off the bat just yet. It's been all wides and extras. So they haven't really been able to put bat to ball, and that's a tribute to the bowlers. They have really made life very difficult for the Windward Islands. batters. And again, so this is very impressive indeed for a pair of opening bowlers to come and really, as I say, bend their backs, but to keep their opponents at bay like this, it really is very impressive. And that one was going down leg, so I don't think she needed to worry too much about that. Terrell. So she's faced 12 deliveries. Look at the captain trying to encourage her to maybe play straight, play a different line, maybe play with the ball going down leg. You can see it, she's trying to flick it. Here's another short ball. This time, Weeks goes down in a heap, and but she's able to pick herself up. And some kind of discomfort whenever you go down like that, but we've seen that quite a bit with bowlers these days. They tend to fall over very frequently now. Is it Stokes or from the English team? He tends to fall over all the time. Almost every over, he would at least hit the deck once or twice. So Claxton continues. So extras are 8, 6 wides, 1 by and 1 leg by so far. Another wide. So it's 8 for 1. We'll make that 9 for 1 now after 4 overs. The one ball doesn't count because it was a wide, the first ball of over number 5. This is her third over. Claxton. A no ball. And is it they have one player out. Now what is the no ball for? They have 2 players out in the deep, one at fine leg, one at third man. It says height. Slightly slower delivery. Good change of pace there. Good thinking on her part, but it's a wide. So it's really about extra. Now this is a free hit. An opportunity here now for the skipper to get something going. Can't do anything with it, so they will take that. So just one more, that'll be 10 now. For 1. And as I say, the innings has kind of stalled. Here they haven't really been able to push on. And again, that's really impressive bowling. Just putting it where the batters are very uncomfortable playing. And would you believe India lost another wicket
at 385 for 8. And another delivery that zooms past the edge. The wicketkeeper Rosario doesn't take it cleanly. In fact, she stops it with her boot, doing a split. And never got the glove there, but she did stop it with her foot. Not the orthodox way of doing it. She stopped it more like a hockey goalkeeper. But hey, whatever works. Congrats again to Julian Alfred, who picked up another victory yesterday in the Diamond League, as did Noah Lyles on his return after injury. Here, the Windward Islands, really the innings have stalled. In fact, it never got rolling. And overs are just going by. And so I'm not sure if that is the plan for them to see out the frontline bowlers. And there's a loud appeal from LBW, not out, says the umpire, but they can't get a run. So this has been very impressive indeed, and it remains 10 for 1 at the end of over number 5. So they have this stranglehold. On proceedings here, and they're not letting go at all. Actually, it's 11 for 1 now at the end of over number 5. So Weeks is going to continue. And that will ease the pressure here a little bit. And would you believe the captain was running into the crease with the bat in her hand held up in the air. And Rosario had a shy at the stump. She missed, but it would have been very interesting if she had hit that stump, because Philip was just nonchalantly ambling in with the bat high in the air. She never grounded the bat. And in fact, she just ran into the crease. And had she hit, she might have been out. And well played again, but again, Weeks complimenting her captain at the other end. And they are just making life very difficult indeed. And again, congratulations to Igor Swiatek, 6-love winner over Anisimova. Here is appeal for a catch, not out, says the umpire. So, congratulations to her, 6-love at the Wimbledon Women's Final. Tomorrow, though, is the big one. Sinner against Alcaraz. Remember the battle they had in the French Open, almost 5 hours of pulsating tennis. And here it's really a domination by the ball over the bat. And a little bit of a wide delivery there, but she got away with it. And Philip was a little bit late. Now it's difficult for her to sort of change her attitude from being sort of ultra defensive and then all of a sudden expect her to uncork a big hit as she attempted there. The whole rhythm is off. Here she is again defensively and not having an opportunity to score. So this has been a real sort of indifferent start from the Windward Islands, but they're still there. They've only lost the 1 wicket somebody's going to have to kind of take responsibility, though, and try to see if they could put some runs on the board. That 127 now looks a long, long way away. And that helps. And Philip will easily take a single. And it's been interesting. It's not the first run off the bat itself, because all the others were extras and wides. So with the score on 13 for 1, the first run scored at the end of the 6th over. So it's just the one run down to, so then maybe it's 14 rather, for 1 after the 6 overs. So now a slight change in the bowling. There's the Windward Islands batters. They're probably anxious in there. They're not seeing the scoreboard ticking over as they would like. But let's see if this will change now. And pushed away nicely. This could go to the boundary. In fact, it will get to the boundary. And again, just pushing it. She didn't try to hit it too hard and just pushed it out there. Courtney Brown, it was, who has picked up the attack here. And she was a full toss, a real gift there to Philip. And she just guided it away and picked up a boundary down towards backward point. And again, she's opening the face, square the wicket. And I think it's clear to see that a lot of these girls have been working hard at their games. Some of them, you saw them last year. You've seen the big improvement this year. And that's what a tournament like this affords these players. Just an opportunity to hone their skills under pressure, to work on certain things, learn from their errors, and try and correct them so that the next time they're back at this level, they will know it. She goes for a single. You're going to have to hurry. This could be dangerous here. She's out by a country mile, as they say. Never had a chance there. So that's the end of Tyrrell. And I think she goes without scoring. I don't think she's actually made a run. Yep, so Tyrrell goes without scoring. And it's now pushing on quickly here to 18 for the loss of 2 wickets. So a real tough start, a very difficult start for the Windward Islands. And it's almost as if this is a repeat of their first game. This wasn't even close. And she never had a chance of getting in there. Gada Small. Is the new batter, and she too was another one of their better bowlers. They're going to need her to turn that bowling form into batting and try and give the team something. The ball, nice length, a little bit of height in it as well. Gilbert played it well, but she played it almost too close to the fielder at backward point, who just skipped around to her left and picked it up and had the return back there. That's Boyles doing the honors. And wicketkeeper Rosario gleefully Well, she didn't just remove the bail, she broke the stump, almost broke the stump literally. So this has been an impressive effort on the part of the Leeward Islands. And I suppose they had this performance sort of bottled up inside of them. And here they are now, scenting a victory. They just have to keep going. Again, no scoring or limited scoring to end the over. And at the end of it, 18-4-2 is the latest score here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So the pressure, the heat is really on here in more ways than one. It's a nice, bright, sunny afternoon, far contrast to what transpired a couple of days ago. And the Leeward Islands are really putting on the squeeze here. And they can't get anything in the field. This is really an impressive bowling performance from the Leeward Islands. And that 126 all out that they made after they were put in is just looming large right now. And a full credit to their bowlers. Everybody has come and put their hands up. And just as I say so, a wide that goes all the way to the boundary. So count 5 of them. So that would ease the pressure just that little bit. So that would push the score quickly on to 23 now. And boy, they didn't need that because they haven't really been able to do much. And thank you very much. They will take that also. Pushing that score along to 24. It's a brilliant delivery. That's out. She was right in front there and didn't have much of a chance. Another brilliant delivery that causes all sorts of problems. And another one bites the dust here. That is the end of Small. And she goes without scoring. And what a good delivery that is coming back at her. And the Leeward Islands, they just continue to impress here with a very efficient bowling display, backed up nicely by their fielders. And they're leaving the batting team seeking answers here now. And there aren't much of them coming their way at the moment. Courtney Brown. Oh, she had everything in front. So it's 24 now for 4. And in dire straits. Here, Kayla George. Can she rescue the situation here for her team? The Windward Islands, they need a pick-me-up here right now. They need somebody to put her hands up and say, don't worry, I will carry you all to the promised land. But the Leeward Islands are probably saying, we are further north than you guys, so right now we are the ones in the ascendancy, in the driver's seat. The line is good, the length is good, and the energy is even better out there. Everybody seems G'd up. They know they're on the cusp here of probably bowling out their opponents cheaply, and they're just pushing on here now. And not able to really do anything with that. The end of the over, it's 24 for 4 at the end of over number 9. So a lot of questions being asked here of the Windward Islands batters. Kambalapali is going to continue. She already has a wicket. And here's another one peeling off a thick outside edge. She's giving the ball this generous flight. And she's taking it up above the normal eye line of the batters. So it's making life very interesting for them. They have no choice but to try to drive a delivery outside the off stump because she hasn't deviated much from that line. And she's able to bowl a googly as well. Yes, he's again, he goes right across it and is bowled neck and crop. And that is the end of George. She goes without scoring, and it's now 25 for 5. Kambalapali picks up her second. And really, to say that they're in dire straits would be an understatement. She went right across it. You could see her. Again, once it goes above that eye line, they have to kind of look up for the ball. And not too many of them are accustomed doing that. And once it's coming off the wicket, they could play it that way. But once they have to make that little adjustment, and as an inexperienced batswoman or batter, that could be, it presents a different proposition. And it's not the easiest thing for them. So we'll see if they're able to continue on here. So this is Tyson. Devonna Tyson. And here's this one hit. She could be out. Just not holding on to it. Got her hands to it, but couldn't hold on to it. So Tyson gets a single. And you see it, a chance here. She got her hands. They just mistimed the jump just a little bit. And just not able to haul it in. Looked like Boyles down there, not able to reel that one in. And that's a good shot. But again, Weeks is out there and very efficient in the field as well. So they're keeping the pressure on. So let's see what she can do here now. She's going through and around. And a big swing and a miss. So that ends the over. Another productive one from there. Is that 27, is it? At the end of that over. 27 for the loss of 5 wickets after 10. And if you could do a quick comparison, after 10, they were 57 for 2, the Leeward Islands. So a big contrast in runs scored and wickets taken. So Harry Lal is coming into the attack now. Gabriella Harry Lal. And very slow delivery. Turned away nicely into the onside there by Francois. So that brings the left-handed Devonna Tyson on strike. She would like this because it's turning into her. And she's able to swing with the tide and picks up a quick single. Pushes it on to 29 now for the loss of those 5 wickets. You consider that the Leeward Islands didn't lose their 5th wicket until they were in the 21st over. We're only here in over number 11 right now. Again, good fielding, but good running in the end. They completed that run quite comfortably. This one is hit down to long on, but it can't get a the middle on fielder comes across and does the fielding, so they can't get a run. And a no ball. It did bounce a second time. So this is going to be a free hit here now. So the score is up to 31 for 5. And a free hit. So Gabriel Harilal. And get away with that one again. Generous flight. But because, again, the batter is not able to really step out and command and dominate the bowling, they're having a tough time. Again, excellent field placing. Just plug in all the gaps here. Weeks in the way there. That ends the over 27 in the books. And, or rather 11 in the books, I should say. 31 for 5 at the end of 11 overs. And I should say that the 27 I was thinking about would have been the number of overs used up by the Leeward Islands. They actually used up 26.5. So let's say 27 overs roughly to get to their 126. And they really have to figure out here now how they're going to go about getting these runs, because it's not coming too easily, and the bowlers are not cooperating. They're very miserly, all of them. Started with the opening pair, Claxton and Weeks. Brown came in and did her thing, and the others are just following the lead. Here's an appeal for a catch of the wicket. She's gone. Trying to cut that one there, Francois. And she goes for 4, and the slide continues. Rosario held on to it, and you could see jubilation. And would you believe it, Kambala Pali has 3 for 3. So as the slide continues at 31 for 6 now, the players are going to get a bit of a breather. And maybe this is what the Windwards need at this time, as they are really in the mire at the moment. Still leading 93 runs from 141 deliveries. I'm not sure if they're getting anywhere near to that, or we can use up that many deliveries. So 31 for 6. We'll be right back. Well, there, generous flight and a cut. And of course, as we see that celebration, we're back here live now, 31 for 6 after the drinks break. Really, they put the clamps on here. Selena Ross is at the crease. She bowled beautifully for her team. Now they need her to do something with the bat. And again, pushing at one and coming off the bat at an awkward angle in the air. And 1 for 6, 1 for 10, 3 for 3. Kambalapali. As the over comes to an end, it's 31 for 6 now after 12. A maiden wicket for her. 3 for 3 from her 3 overs. 3-3-3. If I was a betting man and I would believe in Capiche, I'd probably play 3 later on this evening in the playway. Or 33, as the case may be. So here is Harry Lal. To Tyson, and she swings it away nicely. Generous flight. And as we say, it almost hit the clouds and came back down. And but every time she does that, though, she induces a cross-batted shot as opposed to a straight-batted shot. And if you miss, you could be in some serious problems. And Ross just kicking it away. So Ross is yet to score. Tyson is on 3 at the non-striker's end. Again, getting a tick on their edge there, but going across the line of the ball once more. And but it's almost like she's afraid to step out to try to get to the pitch of it. So she's just playing it from the crease. It's so slow. And not able to really put it away. So the Leeward Islands really, they have this vice grip on this game here now. Can they finish it off quickly? And a full toss that is slapped away down into the deep. And a bit of byplay down there. Warner handed it over to Claxton, the captain, for the return, but Warner did well to cover the ground. So one more, 33 now for 6. Tyson, who's on 3. As she pulls this one around, but they're only going to get a single because Wilson trots around nicely. So the batting doesn't look good at all. Philip, the captain, 5. Tyson not out 4. Francois out a short while ago for 4. But Kambala Pali, the pick of the bowlers there, with 3 for 3. It's 34 for 6 now after 13. Right now I can't even get anything for 34 for 6. I can't get pimentos at that. Nothing at all. This is in the air, but it's over the head of the middle, and the ball just hit. And like a wedge shot in golf, it just hit and died. It's actually stopped. And really, not a good scenario there for Tyson. She would have been hoping for more from that shot. Instead, she just got the 1 run. And here is an opportunity. This could run all the way, and it will go all the way for 4 runs. So what a relief there. 4 runs going there to Ross. Pushing the score now to 39 for 6. So maybe the charge is on now. And here's another one, and she's out, LBW. But again, the ball pitching, and once it pitches, they all playing shots across the line. Now that might have been missing the leg stump, but the umpire's in a much better position than we are. And he has decided that she has to go, and that is the end of Ross. So Kambala Pali picks up her 4th wicket. $39 for 7. And here is I'll look at it again. And it's difficult to see because both the bowler and the umpire is in the way. However, Michaela Adams has made her way out. So 39 for 7. And this young lady has 4 for 8. The figures were only spoiled by that boundary struck earlier in this over by Ross, who has just departed. And again, another stifled appeal, so she's causing all sorts of problems. Again, the googly pitching and coming back in to the right-hander. Which started it a little too wide there, but not wide enough to be called a wide. And to her credit, she is getting a little bit of turn, a little bit of movement off the pitch on pitching. And here it is again, another googly missed by Rosario. And they're going to get a couple. Actually, they're going to get just a one. So not the best of running. It's a bye. And not the best running between the wickets. 40 for 7 after 14. And so 40 for 7 here, and also drama in England as well at Lord's. England 387 all out in their first innings, and in reply, India 387 all out. So the scores were tied. And at stumps after 1 over, England had to come out to face 1 over, 2 runs scored. So there are 2 runs to the good in their second innings. And that's nicely played, and she wants a single, and started scampering away, but no response from Tyson. So Adams sent back. So Harilal will continue to run around to the right-handed Adams, who's yet to score. 40 for 7. And that's a wide. But again, because of the lack of pace in the deliveries, the batters are having a really hard time applying power to their shots. And the timing is off totally. This one is hit in the air, but it's going to land safely. But yeah, just a single. So one by one, they're inching up, but really they need somebody to really start to bludgeon a few and start to get the scoreboard ticking over. Right now, it's only ticking over with wickets. That ought to help, but again, just the single boils another one of those quick movers in the field, limiting them to just the 1 run. This one is in the air, and she could be out, and she is out caught. Claxton takes the catch. The captain started to come in, and she might have done her ankle as well, but that's not going to hurt as much as Adams goes for 1, and another wicket goes down. Harilal picks up her first. So 43 for 8 now. Here is and a big swing there, big wind up, but she didn't really get all of it. And that's a very well judged catch indeed. So that's the end, that's the fall of the 8th wicket, 43 for 8. Shadia Seaman is out there. So you can see some pain to the ankle there. But like I said, because she took the catch and got a wicket, it doesn't hurt as much. Immediately, Seaman is off the mark. And you have to be thrilled with the display of the Leeward Islands. They really came out here and they batted superbly when they started, even though they lost their way a bit at the back end of their innings, where they lost quite a number of wickets. And but again, with the ball, they've really stifled the Windward Islands early on. And there is the scorecard. Gilbert, no score. Terrell, no score. 5 to Phillips. Small made a duck. Francois made 4. And George, no score. So it's been a no-score innings. In fact, both teams have boast a number of ducks. I think there were 4 of them for the Leeward Islands, and then they had a 1, a 2, and a 3 inside of there. But the Windwards have done even worse. Here's another beauty. Pitching and turning outside that off stump. This one is in the air. This should be an easy catch. Weeks takes it gleefully. And that is the end of Tyson now. She goes for 7. And another wicket for Kambalapali. She has 5. And it's 45 for the loss of 9 wickets now. And Kambalapali has 5 for 8. Again, getting under the ball, but not coming off the middle of the bat. And it goes high in the air, and Weeks takes a dolly at mid-on. She just stood there and allowed it to come to her. No real reaction from her, as if to say, hey, I will take that in my sleep every time. So 45 for 9, we're in the 16th over. So Kambalapali with a chance here to wrap it all up. Abigail Celestin. And good delivery first up again. And there she's playing it on. And that is the end of that. She goes without scoring. Bowled off the under edge by the very impressive Kambalapali, and she picks up yet another wicket. So 6 for 8 for the young leg spinner. And they can't get enough of her. She was superb. In fact, all of the bowlers were splendid. She just got the wickets today. Bowled superbly, gave the ball generous flight, got some turn, and really the batters had no answer. So 45 all out And really, what a fantastic display. Victory by 81 runs. For the Leeward Islands. And they owe it all to the splendid bowling of this young lady. And what a fantastic performance from her. Shinavi Kambalapali bowling brilliantly, and she gets the walk off with the ball. And really, greetings to everyone. What a fantastic performance indeed from her. And again, the Windwards lost their first game to Guyana, but here they got blown away by 81 runs for the Leeward Islands, their neighbors. And but they have every reason to be happy. They really look like a well-oiled machine. Not the finished product, but boy, they'll be happy with that. This will be a very happy camp indeed. And this young lady who would have played her cricket in the U.S., and here she is again to take the final wicket. Celestine. So 45 all out, and Seaman left stranded there. So a fantastic victory again, all out for 41, really a tough, or for 45 I should say, a tough ask for them. And again, when you consider that this young lady, Kambalapali, top scored with 27, and here she is returning with the ball with the impressive figures. Again, to go along with that, with 6 wickets. And really putting on a fantastic display. The Windward Islands really not getting much. Gilbert made a duck, Tyrrell made a duck, Phillips made 5, Small made a duck, Francois made 4, George made a duck, Tyson made 7, Ross made 5, Adams made 1, Seaman was 1 not out, and of course Celestine bowled without scoring. So really a fantastic bowling performance. 22 extras out of those 45 runs. And of 17 wides, 2 byes, 1 leg byes, 2 no balls inside of there. So 45 all out in 15 overs and 4 balls. So talk about a dominating performance. And Claxton had 3 overs, cost 6 runs. And she had just a 1 wicket. Weeks also bowled well, had 3 overs, one of which was a maiden, also cost us 6 runs, but she didn't get a wicket. She deserved one at least. Courtney Brown, 2 overs, 1 for 10. And Gabrielle Harilal, her 3 overs, cost her 12 runs. 1 wicket for those 12 runs. But the pick of the bowlers, Sainavi Kambalapali, 4.4 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs rather, and 6 wickets. So what a fantastic performance from her. 6 for 8 from her 4.4 overs, and 2 maidens included in there. A fantastic bowling performance from them. Talk about total domination. And the Windward Islands, they would have a lot of thinking to do. First with their bowling, although it has to be said, the bowlers did a decent job, especially at the tail end. But by that time, the horse had bolted, and the Leeward Islands went on to wrap up victory by 81 runs. And really a fantastic performance from them, and really deserve that big win, and that should get their campaign on track after 2 no results, so to speak. I'm sure they're happy with the points here. The Windwards, on the other hand, they really have to look and do some serious searching. They know their batting has to do better, and so hopefully they'll be able to do so the next time around. So that is the situation here. We do hope you could join us again come Tuesday when we have another encounter. Right now the ladies, they have a couple of days off. Maybe they could head up to Maracas and enjoy a little bacon shark, some seawater, whatever it is. Just relax, get their minds off the cricket, and then come back and get going again. So on behalf of the entire team here, I'm Ross Mark, thanking you so much. We had a beautiful day today, and I'm sure the players enjoyed it. Hope you did too, and we look forward to your company as the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 Women's Championship will continue on Tuesday.